$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, break of 7 seals. Well, brothers and sisters, obviously they don't take that challenge. It's there. You might wonder why, but you shouldn't have, because that's what he claims. That's what Farrakhan claims. He's representing the Master's teachings. He's faithful represent. He's student of the Master. He's teaching the Master's teaching. That's what he claims. He's what Master Muhammad. He's a student of Master Muhammad. That's what he claims. So that should be easy $5,000. Don't step up because he's lying. He does not teach Elijah Muhammad's teachings, and he does represent Master Muhammad. All you got to do is go and look at what Elijah Muhammad said. His videos out there. I was there. It's not secondhand information. I was there between 70 and 75 till he departed. And I wasn't just anyone there. I actually printed the Homestead newspaper for the night shift. My wife at the time, who had passed, she ran the MG dress shop, so she had contact with the minister. Her brother had contact with the minister because her brother was the minister in Indiana. So I was there. Everything I say is 100% true. And I'll give anybody $5,000 to prove anything I'm saying is false. Sue me, Farrakhan. So, if you're deceived because you want to be deceived, or you're a demon, and you have to go along with that program. So we're going to talk about deception, the big deception. We're not here to wake you up if you're a demon or if you want to stay asleep. No, we're here to those people that's trying to. They have their eyes open. It's just dark. Can't see anything. See, their eyes are open, looking, seeking. To seek something, you have to have their eyes open, right? He said they'll be seeking the message of the covenant. It's just the dark. It's just people sitting dark, seeing the great light. See, they don't really. There's no lights. They don't see, the light is being blocked. So they seeking the message of the covenant. They're not blind to this stuff. They're sitting there because it's dark. They're waiting till the light comes on. So we're going to talk about this great deception. Talk about a few things before that, brothers and sisters.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
These folks here, they claim represent Farrakhan and faithfully represents Farrakhan's rendition of Elijah Muhammad's message. But they know they're lying. See, anyone's deceived over there is because they want to be deceived. Because all you got to do is read. There's one book in the Bible called Exodus. Exodus, that means that's the whole history of the truth. They claim that we are the people in Exodus. We're the true seed of Abraham. They claim that. They say that. So, we're on the same page there, right? And it's Exodus. It means Exodus. And if you break it down, Exodus, U.S., X out the U.S., but that's, take that, leave it. Exodus. But if you look at where Exodus means getting the hell out of here. Look up the meaning of Exodus. They say we're not going anywhere. But that's what Exodus is about, getting out of here. The whole story is about getting out of here. And it tells you step by step by step by step how it has to be accomplished. It tells you. You don't need an angel for that. It was made simple, right? For this very purpose. Because once it's not simple until you identify who the real seed Abraham is, then it's simple. See, in other words, it's still locked down. Because you don't know who it's locked. How's it locked? Because you have to know the identity of the people they're talking about and the time frame. Then it opens up. So it is locked. The whole Bible is sealed. Okay? But that's not a hard seal. Right? So the seal is easily broken, but it needs someone to come along, the messenger and the messenger of the covenant, to break those seals. Then it's wide open. Elijah came and loosed those seals. And the messenger of the covenant just broke them totally. And then you say, and they have to admit that that's talking about us. See, because before Elijah came, and before Master Muhammad came, you didn't know the Exodus was applied to us. So it was sealed to us. But Elijah Muhammad unsealed it, and Master Suleiman Master of the Covenant, just take and expose it wide open. So like someone break the seal, no, open the book. The seal will be broken before you open the book, right? So they're on board with that part. But okay, let's read it. If you follow it, you can't go wrong. You cannot be deceived. You cannot be deceived. We're going to talk about that. See? But these people here, parts of it they don't mention. They don't mention parts of it. Ever. The whole part is missing. The whole part of Exodus is missing. That's the part where we exit. The whole book's about exiting, but the part where we actually exit, it's like having an exit sign and there's no door there. What the hell is the exit sign there for? And the door is closed. The door is locked, and there's no door. What is the exit sign for? As I tell you, there's a big exit sign there, but we ain't going nowhere. I mean, how does that make any sense? That's what exit is all about. And they claim it's about us, so they're on board with that part. They claim, yes, that's the exit sign. They're good exit sign, but there's no door there. Where's the door? Oh, man. Yeah, why you put an exit sign if there's no door? How does that make any sense? That's the exit sign, yeah. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what's going on. Hold on, brothers, just 1 second here. Am I making sense to you, brothers and sisters? You say, oh, yes, the exit sign. And you go there, but there's no door. What the hell you put exit sign there for? Why you admit there's exit sign there, but no door? We're not going to do what the hell exit sign for. It's a big exit sign, Exodus. Think about it. Let's move on. Oh, here we go. No. I play it, Bill, and sisters. Ooh. Let's proceed.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you. Go ahead.
One more time, brother.
It's totally 100% against Master Muhammad's teachings and Elijah Muhammad's teachings. Totally against it. It's blasphemy. That says they're 100% wicked. 100% cannot be reformed. What is the planet? And they say, well, how many people got white and mixed? That's not what it's about here. It's complexion is, but a lot of them have made it clear because his father's original. And they're all laughing. Well, you watch what happened a few days ago and says, see, I can't. I said, first of all, you don't know me. And second of all, you better read. The Messiah shows the kind of personality he has, the way he's presenting himself, how he's going to carry on this war. Merciless. It says it's going to be destruction as off the pace that you can imagine. There are strange things going to be done. And I guarantee those people, right? They laugh in the background. I guarantee everyone would die with literally shit in their mouth. And that's just the beginning. You're dealing with something you don't know what you're dealing with, brothers and sisters. If you're on the right side of this thing, if you're on the wrong side, ooh, there's no mercy. Read. These 2 clowns right here. See, this, like Elijah Muhammad said, the truth is made so clear in the food and earth. I mean, it's never been, even during Prophet Muhammad's time, the truth was nowhere near as clear as it is right now. I mean, there are a lot of things. So, well, who's the jail? Who's the jail? Who's God? Man, all these questions, they still don't answer those questions to this day. Right now, all those questions been answered. Every one of them. How the universe works. Yes, and it says, when minstrels in heaven and earth will come over set, they don't know that. They just have no idea. Hmm? They have no idea about these things. But now it's so clear. I mean, it's not, you have to, it's so clear. It's like laying it out A, B, C, D, E, F, G. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 5. It's very simple. That's why the test time will be so severe. Because they will have no excuse. Because they say, well, I couldn't figure it out. That means you're retarded. That means you're worse than retarded. But then you're going to be treated as the beast you are. Because what's going to determine you a beast when you get is what level this is on. That's going to determine who you are and what you are. If you're in a level less than the angel, then you're beast. It's as simple as that. That's the criteria. It's going to determine who that you can determine, right? I mean, you can determine animals too based on that, right? If they can't subtract, they must be a beast because they can't. I'm not going to beast it, but you understand what I'm saying? This one determine it. The angel is entry level. Let's say you have to be in a book of land, in this book of life. And these ones here, see, it's all about the Benjamins. See, money, they used to sell money. I don't think they do it anymore. You say, in God we trust. For the money, they tell me that money is God. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about going right now. Money. See, because the way you see this reality, money, what capitalism is that's all about money. One day I get into more detail, but I don't know if I need to do that. But the point is, that's what's driving. Who's ruling it? They tell you who's ruling America. They say these people, especially rich people. So about the Benjamins. Because that's not the way it really works. They think it works that way. You think it's all about snow. We got the most snow. Well, spring dissolves that, answer that question, doesn't it? You know what I'm saying? If it's all about snow, oh yeah, I got the most snow, man. I got so much snow, man. I can make ice. Need some ice. Need to build a house, man? Come to me, I got ice. I need to build igloos. You know what I'm saying? I got so much of it. When spring comes, that's what's happening. So are the Benjamins. And the thing is, they don't tell, if they told the true history of Farrakhan, they won't do that. But it doesn't matter to some people because they don't care what they say. Because the true history of Farrakhan is right there. I was right there. It was visible. Farrakhan's a multimillionaire. And all you got to do is ask the question where he gets money from. You don't have a business or anything. You don't have any personal business. It's not so-called Supreme Cabinet. It's a multimillionaire too. But what kind of business he got? They control the money. They don't print their own paper. Synagogue Satan prints the paper for them. And he got sisters on the street doing fundraisers. Elijah Muhammad never did anything like that. Him and his sisters. Plus they get money from my enemies. Okay, let me talk about that for a minute. I wasn't going to talk about, I'm going to mention this for a minute. I don't want to go too deep into this, brothers and sisters. Because this gets complicated. It's simple, it's easy to me, but it may be complicated to you. You see what's going on in the world right now? Everything's being adjusted, bounced back out. See? Say, for instance, you dam up a river. Well, nature says that river should flow. So one day that dam's going to break, and then the water flows and knocks everything that's in its way. Everything settles back to where it's supposed to be. So as you are blocking the way things supposed to be. The universe has there's a certain way things supposed to be, so you can block it, but you can't stop nature. It's like you're gonna keep on. It's like resonance. That dam, that pressure keep building on to one day the dam breaks, and then everything settles back. That's what judgment is. See, they're telling you that you see, if you understand anything about mathematics, you say, well, why is there a day of judgment? If you understand that consequences are immediate, then why would you then day of judgment? Because everything would be settled. I mean, the action took place. The reaction would take place at the time of the action. So you would never need a judgment because the judgment is instant. You do something, you got instant response. So, well, if you're looking at, well, that means because the response was held back. Who could hold the response back? Only gods could do that. They held the response back. You hold it back to mean you eliminate it. You can't eliminate force. You can hold it back. It just builds up. It accumulates. So you hold it back. Hold it back. Sooner or later, it breaks. So what you see in the world right now is a correction. See, currents correct. When you see a current, or when you see a lake, there's still no more. There's no current. There's no waves. Waves are currents. Okay, everything is mellow. Everything is just. We throw a rock in it. Okay, now you disturb it. So now you got a current and the current is the process of even it back out again. That's why you see the lake even back out again. That's what currents are. Justice to reset things, make everything bounce back out again. Currents do. And judgment is the same thing. Judgment is the point of time where you take and you resolve, right? Because you got, say, 5 equals 5, but say you got 5 on this side and 8 on that side. Well, okay. Then you got a current. It's like this here. So you got to say, okay, now I got to get 3 on the other side, or take, excuse me. So say, for instance, you got 15 on one side and 5 on the other side. Okay, well, you got a current there. So 5 got to come back from near that side. Now you got 10, 10. Then everything's balanced. So the reason why you have this right now, not just because the season's changing, but also because the balance of what's been going on during this season. I'm getting a little deeper here. The balance was going on, I said in different ways before, but the balance that's going on doing this, because it was in the season change, that's one change. That's just a normal change. It's not imbalance. Seasonal change is normal cause of events. That's not injustice. Spring coming in, winter change of spring. That's not injustice. That's injustice. I mean, it's not. That's just like I said, universe. That's one part aspect of the universe. It's constantly changing. So the seasons go from one season to another. But the judgment was going on during that season. Now, going to the next season has to be corrected going to the next season. But you can't carry over. Right? You can't carry your books over. You gotta, before the season's over, you got to move the currents. Otherwise, you got hail and snow. Right? Those are currents in the winter season. You can bring that into spring. You have hail and snow in the spring. You have hailstorms. Well, that's got to be resolved in the winter. You understand what I'm saying? That's what you're seeing. People. So I guess I might as well talk about it. Right? Got to talk about changing, but they always got to talk about adjustments, judgment. So that's why the judgment is here, because during the winter there was something was holding back the consequence. That's what was told to submit to Adam. They don't fight back. So the consequence of building up was holding up. But it has to be corrected. When you go in the spring, you can't bring hailstorms in the spring. You don't see hailstorms in the spring, do you? Why? Because everything got resolved in the winter. And now you got to deal with what happens in the spring. So when you go over there, I give you a sample. Now, we told that the holy people, their power be broken, they be crushed. We see in Exodus where actually Moses crushed it. That's the golden calf just totally crushed it. But we know that represents Ishmael. Ishmael represents Joseph's brothers. And they betrayed Joseph and cast him into destruction. They meant for him to be in Egypt, and they meant for him to die. That was their purpose. One of them said, wait a minute. Well, we just put them out there. We won't kill them. Let the Egyptians kill them. At least that's what the Quran said. And they proceeded to take everything from us. Took our land, our language, everything. That's going to be resolved. That was an injustice. That's going to be resolved. So think about it. Now, how did they do that? They put us in the hands of what? Of Israel? And Magog, right? They did. So who's kicking their ass now? Well, Israel, Gog, and Magog. You get it? Who's kicking their ass now? Who's tearing their ass up? Who's killing them and raping them and all that stuff? Who's doing that to them now? America's right in it. America's furnishing, so America just killed the rest of them. You see what I'm saying? So it's being done to them as they've done to us. In a very horrific way. And then they broke out. Who broke out power? Magog. Sure, they broke out power, didn't they? Remember, they broke out power. I guess they broke out power 5 years ago. Now the gal's that's been broken. That's phase 1. What's phase 2? We come and take every goddamn thing back from them they took from us. Phase 2. And they're doing everything they can because they know the deal. They can't tell you. And so that's why the Benjamins over there, they getting their money because Assad paying him tons of money to stop telling us to come back and take what belongs to us. That's where he's getting his money from, not just from them, because they ain't got that much money. The people follow him. He getting everything he get from them, but he's also getting. And Wallace was doing the same thing. Because if you went to Wallace's so-called masjids, anybody knows what I'm talking about. I haven't been to one, since he's dead. But they still have him going. And it may still be the same thing. Because while he was around, when you go there, in the back of their mosque, everybody's on the floor, right? In the back, sitting at a table, was Arabs, fully dressed Arabs. There was no mistake. Sitting back there ordering what they was doing. Why was they there? Why was they there? Make sure because they was checking their investment. Make sure that, hey, they paying you to not be saying that stuff. So make sure you ain't telling us that. That's what's going on. The winter is being corrected. The spring is coming in. See? Phase 1. Phase 2 is spring comes in. That means we get back every damn thing back they took from us. Phase 2. That's going on over there. That's why I'm not feeling sorry for them over there. They want you to feel sorry. No, because you understand what's going on. They would have to America, remember? Everything's falling apart here. Because they don't own anything, because everything they got, they stole. So they desperate to hold things back together. They can't. They can't fuck with consequence. Can't beat it. Consequence is a law. The essence. And that's what's going on. I said we're going to watch it. Who's going to be, what destroys this winter? The spring. Who are the spring people? Spring people are people that's half summer and half winter. I mean, this stuff is very simple. Well, to me it is. But the mathematics must explain to you, said, damn, that's exactly what's happening. Who's going to rule? It says, Master Muhammad, half spring, half summer, winter. They're going to rule the rod of iron. Who's the rod of iron? Half spring, I mean, half summer, half winter. The Iranians. I told you, brother, says I'm taking to another level. You're not keeping. Well, I don't think you keep up with me because I'm going to another level. Sometimes I can't even talk to you about yet because you haven't had to talk about. But you never heard me talk like this before, and I'm saying the same thing I'm saying all the time. It was right in front of your face. I'm not saying anything new. I'm just saying it in a more clear, more mathematical way. Because I'm not changing what I've been saying. Adding to it, not adding to it, but I'm. What's what I want to use? Embellishing, not embellishing. Not expanding either. But you're doing you're 76 years old, brothers and sisters. Look, I can remember my age. How? My wife, boy, she gets mad at me, boy. She gets mad at me. She does. But I'm playing with her. I keep telling her, well, we can also, I said, we can also, we can stop watching the same movie over and again, not realize it. Stop saying that. Stop. She wanted to punch me in the face. She did one time. I mean, she not valid. Shut up. Stop talking about Alzheimer's. Don't worry about it. You're going to forget about it in a minute. Then she get mad again. I have to tell you, it's one thing that really bugs me. If I ever get hold of those scientists that wrote the scriptures, first thing I ask them, what the hell? Why you pick an old man to do this damn job? You couldn't find anybody else? He's job to be 80, almost 80 years old. You know, Master Muhammad, well, look, he's over what? 70? Damn. He's over 160 years old. Yeah, about that. But I don't know what that's going on with him. You can find a young man to do this? Ain't no fun. Ain't no fun being, I don't care if you eat one meal every 20 days. Ain't no fun being 77 years old, 76 years old. It's no fun. Because you can't take for granted. You gotta be out there exercising every day. You gotta be fasting every day. You can't, I mean, you know, it ain't like option anymore. Ain't option anymore. So, hey, I used to tell people, I said, you know, when you're growing up, right? I said, if you don't learn your body by the time you get 50, you're stuck. Because your body's on auto until you get about 40. I think 40. I said 40. That it's going on manual. Your body's on auto for about 40. You just do anything you want to. About that, if you better know how it works. Now, because your body was doing these things for you. Just adjusting things for you. By the time you get 40, you're going manual. Now you got to do those things for yourself. Otherwise, you're in trouble. That's a fact. You can't lay around. You gotta keep your blood circulating. You gotta enhance your autoimmune system. You gotta do all these things. Your body don't do it for you anymore. You gotta start doing it. So you better learn your body. That's why the Quran talks about 40 years old. You know, I'm not against that. But again, back here, these guys, money is the God, and they're getting money from them. They also get money from the devils too. They tell you in that FBI thing that there was only two phases. There's two options here. Either they destroy the Nation of Islam or they control it. If they couldn't control it, they're going to destroy it. Well, so they're serious. So we're going to talk about. But the thing is that's what about that. Because when why don't they tell the real history? They say, oh, what happened to the Nation of Islam then? Remember, it was gone. Why did Farrakhan have to revive it? So what happened to the money and everything? You want to answer that question? What happened to the money, all that stuff? What happened to all the assets? See? Well, because Wallace took it, but Farrakhan was right by his side the whole time. He wasn't blame Wallace, but he was right there with him. He was his minister, chief minister. So where's that money went? If they ever gave it back, they apologized for it? everything was gone. I know I lost everything because I was totally 100% in the nature of Islam. 100%. Banking, food, grocery, you name it. Apartment, all of it. Married, 100%. All gone. It's all about Benjamins. That's what it's about right now. That's why they talking. That's why they're nervous, because they don't know what they're going to do with Farrakhan. Because he didn't do like Elijah. Elijah put all the money in the Nation of Islam and the believers, and they went to court. They had to go to the court to get that money. And Farrakhan was right there with him because he didn't stand aside and say, "Hey, y'all got to stop me. I belong to the believers." He didn't say that. Remember, he's supposed to be the one to stand for the believers. He's supposed to be the one to stand for the sheep. He didn't go and say, man, yeah, man, I belong to the believers. No, he went there and set aside to get the money. He got his peace. That's where he got his money from. He didn't stand for the believers because the goddamn no good coward, thief, robbing the nation. That's what it's about. But all they got to do is tell the history what happened. That's what happened. Ask these questions. What happened to the money? They got rid of the Nation of Islam. It was gone. That's why it fell. Because there wasn't any leadership. It was gone. They destroyed it. They started some called aliens. Tell them lying. And they pocketed the money. They believe it's money. Which takes them to belong to you. What happens to you? Negative energy. That's why he's cursed with a curse. Both of them. How did that nigga on the right go out of here? He went out bad. He went out bad with diabetes. Young man. I think what it was in his 40s or 50s, maybe 60s. That's how old he was when he died. He wasn't that old. Farrakhan got cancer at 55. They cut all his stuff out, blew his ass up. 55, you tell me that's not a curse? Can't restore that. Diabetes. Okay. He was named by Master Muhammad. He was born in 1933. He died in September 2008. So what's that? That's 67 plus 8. 67 plus 8. 67, 87. 67 plus 8. 67, right. 67 plus 8 would be 77 minus 2. See, 75. 5. 1 year old him. Diabetes. He suffered with it for a while. Took his dumb ass, lying ass out. No good ass out. Kind of 55. And a eunuch. Pissing and shitting in the bag, but he calls himself the Messiah. All about the Benjamin taking stuff that belongs to them. You heard about Belial? You take off. Got a couple of clowns over there. They were wilders. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. But again, understand, you got the seasonal change. So you got the war, because the spring destroys the winter. That's war. Spring destroys winter, because in this case, it's the coldest winter ever. That means there'd be a lot of resistance to the spring. It's so cold that everything turns to an iceberg. It's going to be hard to spring to come in because all that ice still melting, ice still in the spring. Take a long time for that spring to break all that down. See what I'm saying? So that's the war between two. But then you got the curse, right? Hailstorm, right? That has to be resolved in the winter, because that don't happen in spring. It has to be resolved before spring comes in. So that's what you see going on right there. You see all the things resolved took place in the winter. Now they're paying the price of things they did during the winter. You see it going over there. That's why I don't have pity for them. So their power being, as they had our power's been broken, they put us in the position to get our power broken. So now their power being broken by the same ones, they put us in the position to get our power's broken. You see it perfect. That's perfect. I know you didn't see it that way. I'm trying to get you to start seeing. First of all, I'm trying to get you to start thinking. Please start figuring stuff out for yourself. Because it's not my job to do the thinking for you. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to use my thinking for myself. I don't have to take it for you. I've been down that road. You understand? That's one little more. It's like one more detail. I'm sure you never looked at that away. What's going on over there? It's like poetic justice, right? The same person that's breaking our power, that broke our power, is the ones breaking their power. The people that they put us in that situation, now they saw it, and that's back on them. They don't like it. It's intense. It's compressing a short period of time. The power, so what happened to the power of holy people and broken? Holy who? Then destruction comes. How destruction comes. Right? The power is broken. Right? You got the conflict between what David was doing to the Shia. That got to balance out. So the Shia overcomes them. And then phase 2. We come back and take our land back. Take everything back. They kicked them out. See, they kicked us out. You see on the ark? They was kicked out of the ark. They kicked us out of the Holy Land. So now they kicked out. I know you didn't see any of this, brothers and sisters. My job is to give you an idea how to, well, send you an example how to think. And you got to do is think for yourself. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. Let's see what we got here. Position. I thought I'm not going to talk about too much for this, but like I said, we got these categories. These are demons over here. They cannot understand Injil. They don't have a mind for that's why they had 2,000 years. They couldn't touch it. Devils and demons can't touch it. So they don't understand anything I'm talking about. They feel it. They feel the heat. Like you may feel fire, but you don't understand how fire works. Or you know it's burning your ass. You don't know where it's coming from or what. Or you know it's burning your ass. Okay. It's burning them. That's what it says. He would consume him to the spirit of his mouth and strong with the brightness was coming. It's burning them. That's why they react like they reacted. So they reacting. So that means, right? It means there's a force that's causing that they're reacting to. So look how they're reacting. It means the force is negative to them. They ain't talking about how great things are and how they're going to do this. They're talking about, oh man, they defensive every week. They're defensive. And then you look at what I've been saying during the weekend and see what they're defensive to. There's one in the middle right there. They want confused. They hold on to this because they don't know. I'm not sure, man. I worked hard to get this house, man. I worked hard to. Oh, you see, they're so used to this world's life, he's not thinking that they want somebody to do thinking for them. Oh man, just stare at you. No, nobody's going to do thinking for you. Ever since we've been here, we had to do any thinking. Master is thinking for us. That's what they are. And it says, Allah will lift them up that cling to earth. What happens to people that cling to earth? They burn up with the earth. Why? It's their own fault, because they was clinging to it. Can't blame anybody else. They try to lift your ass up, and you kept clinging, so hey, He wasn't gonna lift you up by picking you. You got to get information. Let that damn thing go. Stop clinging. Oh, okay. We got about to burn earth up. Where it says in Malachi, earth will burn the oven. Stop clinging. Oh, okay. Well, then you burn up. And the other ones, right, they start thinking. They ain't clinging. They move on up, move on out. Very simple. When we talk about season again, then we get to our main point. See, I know, see, most of these things, that's what, if I gotta get that verse says, Shuma would be aware of thoughts he's unaware. Let me try to find it real quick. I keep thinking, I never remember Alzheimer's. I always forget to, I always keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I never find it right quick. Thoughts he's unaware. These devils eat. Spell that right? Okay. We got to find. I'm gonna waste time with this. Mm-hmm. No time. Say beware of slows he's unaware. In other words, slow things that you don't pay attention to, you notice. Right? Like 6,000, why 6,000 years? Well, you notice that 6 times 4 is 24. 24, that's probably how the complete Earth cycle. Why do you say 6? Why do you say 5,300? No, 6,000. That's the time of Yaqub. That's the season. Next season come in, the time of Master Muhammad. That'll be spring season because they're the winter season. That's the spring is the transition between the winter and the summer. So you need a transition team. Somebody's winter has summer. I mean, it's right. It's okay. And they ruled during that time. Then when you somebody to rule, so Adam was made to rule during that time. And a May god, the river god, to rule during the spring. Let's turn back over to the original God. Anyway, and if you look at that, right? When you look at the spring, no trace of winter. It destroys the winter, but the winter doesn't want to be destroyed. It doesn't. You don't have a spring here, and then you have a winter here, and then spring right next to it. No, the spring destroys the winter, and the summer destroys the spring. And it's winter, right? But summer is similar to spring, and so it's not a war there. It's a smooth transition. But between the spring and that's dramatic. That's dramatic. See what I'm saying? You see the beauty when you really think of this here? It comes out, it just falls out at you. Smooth transition between the spring and the summer, but there's a dramatic transition between the winter. Unprecedented. Even between the summer and the fall. It's smooth transition then between the winter and the, you know what I'm saying? And then so here we go. Wintertime. There's no spring, nothing, just spring, man. If you're a winter person, you're in heaven. This is their heaven. If you're a winter person, you're in heaven in the wintertime. They love this. They're happy. They're really. But if you're some person, man, you're in hell during the wintertime. Cold all the time, man. You see how simple that is? You're in hell. And you're hoping there'll be a summer, but you don't know it. But if you're told there's no summer, it's winter all the time, then you're in trouble. If they convince you that this is it, this is the only reality, there's no such thing as any other season, no such thing as season, then you're in hell forever. You have no hope. You have anything. You're told submission to the winter people. You can't fight again. You can't do anything because they're powerful. You're in submission to them. But then when spring comes in, ooh, destruction. Total destruction of the winter. No trace of winter at all. Somebody comes along, see, because the point is, but you may not be there either. If they got you convinced this all this, somebody has to come in here and tell you there's a spring. There's a spring. Oh, then you get hope. And then when spring starts coming in, you start standing up, lift your head up. That's what it says, lift your head up, because the time of your redemption is nigh. Right? But somebody has to tell you that. That's what Elijah's mom came to tell you, spring is coming. Oh, wow, there's a spring. They tell you something happened after you're dead someplace. No, it's spring is coming while you're alive. And people start rallying around that, start getting together. They start warming up. Why? Because now they united and they sharing wealth. See, if you put a lot of people together, you can be in the winter, but if you everybody close in together, right, then that warms up everybody a little bit. And then they had to come and say, no, Farrakhan come and say, no, ain't no such thing as spring. We ain't going nowhere. It's only winter. And these winter's good people. See how simple that is? Because he's a winter person. I like it here. I like the winter. That means I'm a winter person. Damn. Stuff is so simple. It's so simple. I'm a winter person. I like it here. I don't want to go nowhere. I don't want to go out in the winter. He's telling you who he is. The fucking devil. Like the winter. And then Elijah came to her. They had to stop it, see? But the ones that held on, because that's the message of the covenant, would bring you into the spring. Get with him, you're in the spring. And there's no winter bound. Winter's gone. He hated the winter. I love the winter. He hated it. Because you seen trace of it? He hated it. There's no trace of it. He got rid of all of it. Not 99%, all of it. Oh, some of them are good. You see any ice there anywhere? You see, there's a simple truth there. I told you, simple mathematics. Simple mathematics. You see, got rid of all of them. That's exactly what Master Muhammad said. Get rid of all of them. No trace of winter there at all. If you're all in an icebox somewhere, they sure ain't out there. And so now, spring people, transition team, preparing you for the summer. Then boom. Now you tell us to be naked. They do what they want to do. I'm just getting for you. That's the best photo I can find. I want to show them happy, enjoying themselves. So don't get excited. Oh, he's telling us to be naked. But they can do. Look, I'm not telling you what to do. They get to hear after. They dress how they want to dress. But if they can't find a man that want to be with them just like that, then they may change their mind. We got to work together. Right? I'm not telling women how they're going to dress. That's why it says in Scripture, it says, don't worry about how you're going to dress when you're getting home. It says that. I'm sure the Scripture. Right? You worry about getting there. Now it's our turn. We got control of summer now. Transition to go to summer. Simple as that, brother. There's no summer. It's winter. Got to stay with the devils. They're good people. We got to be more like them. See, this is this. What color is the winter? Oh, don't go there. What color is the winter? Don't go there. See if you can figure that one out without your calculator. What color is the summer? Out of the spring. mm. You gotta have knowledge of it. If you're God, you have control of the universe. We talked about this before, I'm not going into detail. You gotta understand how everything works. Pressure is around everything. Everything about your body is pressure, everything. Sound, that's pressure. Pressure. Beat, blood pressure. Breathing, pressure. Reproduction system, has any brother or sister too. That's pressure. I'll leave that alone. Pressure. It's not reality. It's reality of the universe. Then you got, there's more to it. I'm just giving you basic, right? Pressure. Then you got what? What's fundamental? Every action has a weak reaction. Because pressure is force. It's just force spread out. And all of us, everything is based on force. Everything is based on force. Without force is nothing. Every action is force. Cause reaction, consequence. All these come from the concept of force. Force is, of course, the universe is changing. That's because the universe is changed because of force. If there wasn't no force, it wouldn't change. That's why it's constantly changing because of force. All about that. And then you go, boom. That's the force. Vectors. Vectors is the language of force. The language of force. Boom. Action. Reaction. You have to learn vectors, you have to learn pressure. Both are simple. You're taking the way they present is complicated because it's complicated. I show you the simplest way. Like calculus, they make you read calculus, and you go over six months and they still don't really understand it. You understand, they give you the mechanism, but they don't understand how it works, the fundament. Calculus is so simple. I mean, it's all about going from one dimension to another, but they never even mention dimensions. They don't even mention that's what it's all about. Because that's where the universe works. The universe is constantly changing. Attributes, we got all these attributes like DNA. I don't want to go into that kind of detail. So you have to understand the fundamental principle, action, reaction. Understand how it applies to our resistance is pressure. And what's the language of it? The tool to manipulate it, to control it. Calculus. Yes, it's simple. You say, well, then they'll tell you, talk to a calculus student, he'll tell you, well, the derivative of velocity is acceleration. Learn that. But the derivative of velocity is acceleration. But they can't explain the essence of why it's the case. Why they say that. Very simple. Because velocity is your velocity moving in a line, right? That's a straight line. Right? The derivative, you get to a point. A point means you ain't moving at all, ain't it? That means you to stop moving. You have to accelerate. That means you have to either put the brakes on, you have to apply force. That's why mass times acceleration is force. Anyway, move on. Those three things right there, and they're easy to understand. That tells you the base of our creation. That's the fundamentals. It's like, before you can read, you have to learn the alphabet. Before you can start controlling the universe, you understand these are the basic principles right there. Basic. And they're very simple. Let's move on. And again, like I said, salty things. They tell you, okay, Yaku came 6,000 years ago, and where we at? We at the 6,000 years. We at the total bottom down here. We're in hell. Past everything else. That means we descended, right? That's descension. But mathematics will tell you, well, that means we got 6,000 more years to get back out of this. That's a season. That means another season. If this is the winter season, then that means the spring season takes 6,000 years before we actually get back to summer again. That's another way of looking at it. 6,000 years, a season. Okay, let's go here. I'm going to do this. I'm supposed to be here on this level. I want to talk about Joshua today, so I'm backing up. I still got to talk about these last 3 years. I want to talk about Joshua, though. The reason why I want to talk about Joshua, brothers and sisters, because, see, there's a concerted effort to get you to not know about Joshua. And it's easy to see that. Because Farrakhan never, ever, you ever heard the word Joshua ever come out of his mouth? And they maybe dig a video somewhere. I never heard the word come out of his mouth. Not even close. Mention of covenant never come out of his mouth ever. Covenant. If you have mentioned a covenant, then what's the covenant? The covenant is Abraham said, at the end of 40 years, you return home. See, he never mentioned that. It's right. He mentioned the first part, but he doesn't mention that part. He mentioned the part where 40 years and all that. That's part of that verse. That's part of that chapter, right? But that verse only mentioned. Same thing in Malachi, where it says about the messenger. He compared it way before to about and the one that you should be seeking is messenger of covenant. That's the one they tell you should be seeking, the messenger of covenant. Well, it tells you right there, and he's never mentioned it. Never. He never mentioned Joshua. He never mentioned none of those three things: the covenant, the messenger of covenant, or Joshua. They're all connected. Why? So that means he knows what he's doing. He do it constantly because he's believing our book and disciplining the other. That means he knows what he's doing. It may back up. Maybe he don't know, but whoever controls him knows. But it's concerted, conscious, because right there. I mean, if they didn't know, they would say it. So they're confused about what it means. But they never even mention it. It's right there. They'll tell you, "Oh, you'll see to be strange land out there. It's 400 years, and then time where to leave, and tell you exactly where you're going home to Arabia." No mention whatsoever. It's like it wasn't there. Malachi. I was sending you my message. Oh yeah, we believe the messenger. He's a messenger government. And you paid away for me. Who? Messenger covenant. No mention of messenger covenant. None whatsoever. Let's go to Exodus. Get your Aaron. Who comes after Aaron? Who's the torch passed to? Not the Aaron from Elijah. To Joshua. No mention. No, absolutely no mention. That shows you right there. It's conspiracy going on. Conspiracy going on. That's right there. It's not designed for the demons because it doesn't matter. They don't get anyway. Those that got their heads stuck in Farrakhan's ass already because their heads stuck up there, they couldn't get out if they want to. What they got to do is mess around and bend over and they snap their neck. Ishmael knows clowns. It's the block. People once set in darkness, the Levites, you know about it? Messenger of the covenant. That was, remember, this is going on before. This has been going on for over 1,000 years. This is going on back. See, because some of this they figured out 2,000 years ago. Well, maybe not quite that far. Well, nearby because then they started the bullshit. The bullshit started. Because they got rid of the name of Joshua, because the whole Christianity missing Joshua. Whole Christianity is missing it. Don't talk about missing the covenant. Any of that. The whole Christianity is devoid of all of that. They came to this guy named Jesus. But he's not in the manuscripts anywhere. Where did Jesus come from? And then they try to tell you that Mark, Luke and Matthew, those books, they didn't exist when the so-called Jesus came about. They say those books were written 500 years later in Greece. In Greece. What the fuck are you doing in Greece? Why? That's what they tell you. This thing was written in Greece. But these weren't even disciples because it's 500 years after Jesus supposed to be gone. So how you know what they made up? And plus Paul, the one they say is the main one, he never even met Jesus. He wasn't a disciple. Better look it up. People say he wasn't. He was a total enemy. He used to kill so-called Christians. He was like a, when the more than he was just a murder. He just killed them. That's what he was doing. He said on the road to Damascus, he had this vision. He said, Jesus told him, why you attack me, or whatever. And the scale, his name was Saul. And the scale from his eye changed his name to Paul. And then he started writing stuff that's totally against what's in the Bible anyway. It tells you, oh man, there's nothing wrong with eating pork. You say, oh, wait a minute, hold it down. Man, what's that saying? If you can't beat him, join him. Because if you read Paul, because remember, the people that were supposed to be with Jesus, according to them, they were supposed to be Jews, right? Following the Jewish law, no eating pork and that kind of stuff. Paul is the one of the reason they doing that stuff now. Because they don't matter, you just got to believe in Jesus. You believe in Jesus and you can do anything you want to do. That's Paul's stuff talking. Remember, he was a total enemy. He never met Jesus. According to Matthew, Luke, and never met him either. But they wrote this stuff. How you know where they got it from? If that's true, it's not true. Jesus gave a complete book. Complete book. The one they call Jesus. He said, even Miriam, he gave a complete book. The book was complete. The Quran tells you that. So does the Bible too, if you understand it. But they couldn't say, oh, and he said, well, if they 500 years later, what was they doing 500 years? They had no scripture 500 years after. See, if you listen to them, there was no scripture for 500 years after so-called Jesus left. According to them, if they didn't write that scripture 5 years later, so the 5-year gap there wasn't, what was they working with? Because it doesn't make any sense. First, they had to dumb you down where you wouldn't care if it make any sense or not. Because if you start thinking, they're dead. And that show you, Farrakhan is right on board with that because those three things they never mentioned. Why would they totally exclude those three things? The message of the covenant, which is Malachi right there, Elijah, and he said he prepared the way for the message of the covenant. Well, then should be looking. That's the one you should be seeking. That's what it says. Right? Then, well, he's a message of what covenant? Go read the covenant. He don't mention the covenant either. He mentions the part of the verb, but don't mention the part where we're going home. And they tell you exactly where to, Arabia. You don't mention either one of them. And then in Exodus, it says, Aaron was no damn good, and they passed the torch from Elijah over to Joshua. He's the one who took you home. They don't mention him either. They don't mention him either. So you say, what the? Now the demons, they ain't hear none of this, and those fools got their head Farrakhan's ass. Like I said, they stuck because they already, they shit in and out because they've been feeding all the shit so long. They told what they call it, full of shit. Well, they are. I mean, their cells and everything been feeding all the shit, so now their cells are shit. So they lost. But the ones that's sitting in darkness, you see, that's the ones they trying to make sure you stay in the darkness. Because you ask one question, they do. One question, they say, what's wrong with the message of the covenant? Because if you ask who's Joshua, the rest falls in place. If you ask the message of the covenant, the rest falls in place. You see what I'm saying? Just mention those two, and everything falls into place. Mention the message of the covenant, mention Joshua, mention the fact that return home, the covenant itself, all it falls into place. And they have no answers for it. Because it's totally, those three things is totally against everything. It destroys everything Farrakhan said. It destroys it totally. And destroys Christianity too. It illuminates you because it tells you exactly who you are. It gets your GPS right on target. Target. You can't go wrong. That's why it says the elect could not be deceived because they got it. Once you get to Exodus, you read Exodus, and you read it. Because you can't say, well, they tell you Exodus is good. It's just the part that they lack. And they count on you not reading the rest. Because then he asked one of his questions, they did through. That's the covenant. Watch this. See here? Now they tell you that's the Messiah. But they tell you in the scripture that Messiah is dark skinned, right? He has hair of lamb's wool. Who's that? Who's that right there? That's what the scripture says. They don't count you. They don't count you. They count you not reading, not checking. But who is that? That's what they tell you to look for. They don't want you to know. They're doing everything they can to not get you to recognize, even know about them. Yeah, most don't even know about Joshua. I guarantee you, if you go out and talk to every Christian you talk on the street, and Joshua, they have no idea about Joshua. Have no idea what he's about. No idea. No idea. I guarantee it. Go ahead. Any Christian, who's Joshua? Good blank look. Or if you say anything, well, yeah, well, he's somebody who was with Moses. They have no idea. It's about the message of covenant. They don't even know about him. Not just with Farrakhan, with the Christian ideas, though. It's about the covenant itself. Why is that blank? And those are three main points of Exodus, of Malachi, of the Abrahamic covenant, where they claim false Israel represents them. So that's one of the little tricks they use right now, because see, false Israel claiming they're the seed of Abraham, right? And in the Arabs, they know what's going on over there. But the point is, and they keep on a low, but they claim they're supposed to get the promised land. And the reason why they don't say it out loud, because the promised land is Arabia, and they can't go over there and talk about Arabia's the land we're going to get. Then they might wake up some people. That's why they do what they're doing, because they got to take Arabia if they who they say they are. Because it tells you exactly, River Euphrates, River Egypt, that means Arabia, that means that's their whole land they got to take. They can't. They wake up to Shia, they wake up to Sunni, everybody, they talk about, we're going to take Arabia. That's why they don't say it, but that's what their point is. That's why they got to take out Iran. See, when you understand this, you understand, why they doing this don't make any sense. Because they got to take out Iran. Because they cannot take Arabia, they cannot take any of those countries. If Iran is there to stop them, because Iran's too powerful. But if they take out Iran, who's going to stop them taking Arabia? Who's going to stop them? Iran? Really? They got shit over there. Who was it? Dubai? Emirates? Who's going to stop false Israel taking the whole goddamn thing if they get rid of Iran? That's the whole thing. That's what's really going on there. See? I'm just, okay, let's move on.
Jesus? Who is that?
Jesus. Jesus does not exist. That name is nowhere in the original manuscripts. You will not find the name Jesus in the New Testament, Old Testament, or the Quran.
Jesus? Who is that?
The original manuscripts were written in Aramaic, Hebrew, and Arabic. Not in Greek, not in Spanish, and not in French. The original manuscripts states Yahshua, which means Joshua, brothers and sisters. Joshua leads us to the promised land, brothers and sisters.
Jesus? Who is that? The Greeks' supreme being is called Zeus. Zeus means Greek god of the sky, king of the gods. GE is a prefix for earth, such as geology, geography, geopolitics. There is no JE in Greek. So Zeus means god of the earth. Zeus does not exist. So Jesus, which comes from Jesus, is a myth, sisters and brothers. Jesus does not exist either. So they use that Greek translation to get you as far from Joshua the Messiah as possible, to deter you from knowing who you are and who the Messiah is. Jesus? Who is that?
Joshua, the Messiah, is in the original Semitic manuscripts. They translated Messiah to the Greek language, which means Christos. Then they translated the word Christos to English, which means Christ. This is how they got the word Christ. However, Joshua was never in Greece, and he did not speak Greek. So, translating from the original Semitic manuscripts straight to the English language will give you Joshua, the Messiah, not Jesus Christ.
So Jesus is all a lie? The whole thing is made up? The name Jesus comes from the Greek mythology, which is all a fairy tale? Jesus never existed? This destroys the whole religion of Christianity. They got the letter J in Jesus from translating Jesus to English. It was a made-up word from the Greek translation of Jesus, meaning God of the earth. There is no letter J in Greek, so you cannot make the prefix JE in Greek. Instead, you get GE, which stands for earth in Greek. They did all of this so when you translate the word Jesus to English, you get the word Jesus, because English language makes the word form just how it sounds. And that's how they got Jesus. This was all done to detour you from the true Messiah, Joshua, the fulfillment of the Abrahamic covenant, who is also the messenger of the covenant. He had skin of burnished bronze and hair like lamb's wool. There's only one person that meets this description. So Jesus Christ is a divergent form of Joshua, the Messiah. They don't want us to know about Joshua because we are all going to have a common vision, and we are all going to unite, and they cannot have that take place, sisters and brothers.
Three. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6. And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Okay, brothers and sisters. Joshua, see, he walks alone. I said that the Levites, it's all book about the Levites. They wouldn't be raised until four winds blow. Because of these lines about Joshua, all that, so they didn't see him. So it took fire to inspire them. It's unfortunate. This whole mass, remember, this goes back before Farrakhan. This goes back 2,000 years. They started this process right back there. Got rid of, destroy our whole idea of Joshua. Because even back there, they knew that didn't apply to false Israel. You know how you know it didn't apply? Because what? Okay, if they knew it applied to false, then why was they attacking them so vehemently? People call that Jews for 2,000 years. Remember? They was totally attacked. And they came to so-called final solution back in the 30s. They were going to get rid of all of them. They hated them. And then Elijah said, time came, the first sign of spring. Oh, spring's coming. These are true seed Abraham right here. Oh, boom. All of a sudden, they start loving. People that call themselves Jews start loving them. They said, false Israel, 1948. 2,000 years hating them. So why did they suddenly start loving them? Because remember, they was on the verge of wiping them totally out. Everybody was on board with it. America was on board with it too. You know who built Hitler's industry? Henry Ford. You know who Henry Ford was? You ever heard of Ford cars? They were all on board with it. Only thing stopped them was Elijah. Oh no, we got no. It ain't y'all can't be. Don't listen to Elijah. See, they didn't real see. And that's why back to the hilt. Because they can't have us have that vision. People without vision perish. Elijah Muhammad gives a true vision. He says spring is coming. Ain't no spring coming here. It's going to be winter all the time. We're going to have control all the time. We're the gods. We're going to control everything all the time. See? Forget about some spring. See? You here under our control. It's always going to be winter. See, Elijah Muhammad gave you a vision. And they had to stop that vision. Because you the one bringing the spring. Ooh, did I say something there? You the one bringing the spring. Oh, you the God that brings the spring. But they can stop you. They can stop the spring. But they can't stop. Can they? That's just, why do they imagine a vain thing? When you say we imagine a vain thing, that means you imagine something that is impossible to happen. We bring in the spring. How you know that? Because the winter start warming up. When we got the fields. Why? Because things start changing. Innovation, computers, gin, music. All that stuff is warming up the winter. Before that, banjo, boom, you see what they was doing? That bar now was 1,000 years. So now all this technology, this stuff is signs of spring. But we're going to take it to the highest level. And they lose control of it. They lose control of AI, they lose control of technology, control all this stuff. Because we was here. It was coming out of here because we was here. We bring it in the spring. The problem is they want to control it through you. If someone come and show you how to fuck them, you control it yourself. Symbiotic relationship. You take and produce gold for them. Simplest way of saying it, you go out there, you plant potatoes and corn and all that stuff for them, right? And now they got nice food to eat. And then when they shit, they give you the shit to eat. But you're the one producing all the stuff. Remember the whole stuff with Joseph? They didn't know what to do. If it wasn't Joseph, they would have died. They had no idea what to do. That tells you right there that we're the creative force here. Also tell you, and Pharaoh said, hey man, y'all can't make bricks out of straw anymore. You got to make bricks without straw. That means you got to be creative. They tell you all these signs right there. Our creativity is bringing in the spring. We bring in the spring. Things warming up. So what let me put it real simple for you. What are they saying all this stuff is doing, technology and everything? What do you say this technology is doing? What is they saying it's doing? Global warming. God damn it. How clear can it be? Global warming, that's spring, ain't it? And they got to stop the spring. But so I'll be glad when you catch up to me, because when you catch up to me, boy, it's going to be a beautiful thing. You start talking mathematics, These sister, ooh. You know, you think Whitney was great? Whitney, she might as well have been, I mean, I ain't taking away from Whitney. I mean, she's actually a relative, right? But I can't wait enough from Whitney, right? But she might as well have been a frog compared to Wade's sister. They talk. We get home. You're more beautiful than Whitney's most beautiful rendition. That's where they talk. Man, you don't know these sisters. They say it'd be our heaven. We're looking at right there, we're looking at a shadow. We don't even look at a shadow of what they can be. We're looking at a shadow. They're awesome. They're awesome. But you got to earn their respect. You can't just say, I got balls, you better listen to me. No, it ain't gonna work that way. Because you keep that dumb shit up and you might wake up one morning and don't have any. They've been in a garbage can. And what happened? Because you said they were stupid. Now you sing a tenor, or whatever you call it. Brother, we gotta wake up. We gotta wake up fast. And that's what happened. You had to wake up fast because that's the way because these clowns blocking this, you had to wake up in an instant. You wake up in a panic mode. They're gonna pay a heavy price for what they've done. It's very simple. Very simple. And somebody's got to, because you just bring people. The music, that warming up the place, activating the place, activating you. When first came out with the blues, I already broke that down. About 50 years, that's mathematics. You prove the mathematics. I already did it. Go back to my old presentations. Broke it down. And the music is about to come out. Creativity. They lose control of it because it ain't theirs. They lose because they say, oh, this office calling global warming. There's something you think that's bad. No. Global warming. Whole planet gonna be nice and hot, warm. Ain't that the way? That's the way I like it. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. It's so beautiful. Let's move on. I'll talk about that some more time. Now here, it says Joshua was likely in his early 80s. He took over from Moses. He took it from Aaron to over from Moses. Aaron was trashed. Always read Exodus. I just read Exodus. Just read it. Aaron got all these people killed. Remember, Moses returned into Aaron's camp. Aaron had control. It says Moses was controlled about 40 years. It says right here. When he was 40 when he spared out the land of Canaan, and Israelites then wanted 40, right? One in the woods for 40 years after Moses died. After Moses left, right? They wanted, and then Joshua took over. Okay, so for 40 years there was one around the middle of the wilderness, and then Joshua took over 40 years after Elijah departed. When did Elijah depart? He departed in 1975, right? So 40 years from that, right? So 25, that'd be 2015. It'd be 40 years. This is after 40 years, right? So who was running for that 40 years in the wilderness? Aaron was. But it went from Moses to Joshua, not from Moses to Aaron to Joshua. Think about that. And Joshua became the leader. But they don't tell about Joshua. So if it's right there, it's clear enough right there, then why aren't they talking about Joshua? They never mention his name. Joshua's the one that leads them home. He's the messenger of the covenant. He gets you home. They never mention him whatsoever. Nothing. Zero. But did you read who Aaron is? He took over from Moses. Not directly, because remember, it was over 40 year difference. Then he took it. So who was running for 40 years after Moses? Who was running for about, it was Who's been over 40 years? It wasn't Wallace started some Babylonian thing. There it is right there. Very simple. Let's look at Exodus here. Now what Exodus says, let's step Exodus step by step, right? Step by step Exodus. Let me just make it a little larger for you. So now Exodus says the God would come, but he would be a God, so he had to come with power. That's why he came with this. This is power, hiding of his power. Because if he didn't have this, he's just somebody coming. We call him a God. We wouldn't fear him because, but this we know that this is how the power to destroy this whole civilization. That means that we know he's the God because he can destroy this whole civilization. They admit themselves as more powerful than anything they got. So that's why he's the God. And he would come and he would raise a messenger, which he did. And the messenger name would be Elijah. That's his birth name. Can't go wrong with that. That's exactly what happened. And most of them, even those over there, they agree with this much. And then Elijah would ask for a spokesman, which the God was against. He didn't anoint him. Farrakhan was anointed. That's a lie. Who anointed him? I didn't anoint him, and the God didn't anoint him because God was resistant to it. He told me he actually got physically angry with Aaron, but Elijah for even asking for him. Read it. He said he got physically angry. So you don't need him. I got you. But he kept on asking, so he said, okay, here you go. The mouth. That's Aaron. Now what did Aaron do when Elijah departed? Remember, according to that, right? After Moses had before the year reign, he was in charge, and then come Joshua. And what was Joshua do? He take you home. Where? To Arabia. But they don't tell you that part of the story. Why is that part of the story out? They don't mention Joshua, they don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the messenger. If the covenant got to be a messenger of the covenant, that Elijah prepared the way for, that torch prepared from Elijah to him by passing Aaron. But Aaron would be there for 40 years. And what did Aaron do? Nothing but trouble. You got people in trouble and got all his followers destroyed. That's exactly what Exodus says. Exactly. You don't need a slide rule for that. You don't need a calculator. Exactly what it says. But, so why do they don't say that? Why they stop at him and stop at him while he was with Elijah? They don't tell him why Elijah was gone. Because that's bad news. So why is that? This is Exodus. Remember it says those believe in part of the book, disbelieve in the other? This is what the book says clearly. Clearly. That's Exodus is clear. Once, right? Once the seal is broken and the book's open, that's exactly what Exodus says. Once you know who Exodus applies to, and it's in the title, Exodus. US got that, us, United States, Exodus. But even this Exodus means to depart, get the hell out of here. That's the name itself. No. I mean, how clear can it be? I'm telling you, they're going to be, destruction on them will be so terrible. Because how can you miss this? This is ABC stuff. ABC stuff. Exactly what it says. I'm not embellishing. That's exactly what it says. Exactly. But what's their version? See, first of all, they got to reduce. There can't be no God came before us, because we can't have a God. We got to have Jesus. If we got a God, that means we don't need them no more. We can fight against them. No, can't be no God. So what? Remember, that's his power right there. So what? Ain't no such thing as UFOs. No such thing as UFOs. Then what do we do with Master Farrakhan for? Why would you? Because if he has no power, what the hell would it mess him for? He just came over here, some Arab or something, come over here, white skin, talking. But he got that there. He better listen. He's the God. He got power because he got power of this whole reality. And then have destroyed Elijah. And that's exactly what his son did. He used his son to do it. Destroy everything Elijah, destroy it all. Destroy all of it. He didn't leave anything. Destroy it all. The name Elijah's reputation, Elijah's name, said Elijah was no prophet, he wasn't a messenger, he was a liar. And he also destroyed Master Muhammad, said he wasn't no God. He was just a trickster. That's exactly what they did. Exactly. That's their version. And most of the people with Farrakhan right now is people that they won't tell you that. That's why they won't hear none of this stuff. That's why they don't come to that $5,000 because they know he's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. That's why they won't come and get that because they know it, because they don't want to hear that goddamn shit from Elijah. They don't want to say it. That's why they went with Farrakhan. They went with Wallace to begin with. Because they didn't believe in Elijah to begin with. The only reason they came back to Farrakhan because Wallace, they couldn't make any money with Wallace. Wallace told them, you want to be imam? Okay, you get your regular, because he got rid of all it. He said, you don't need jobs. White folks got jobs. You don't need that stuff. They got rid of everything. So if you want to be imam, you wouldn't get no credit, what they call charity, none of that. You come on Friday, you take your Friday off on your job, you come and you get lead the prayers, and that was it. Hell with that. That's why I went and grabbed Farrakhan. Come on back, man. And, man, we can live off the Nation of Islam. So they can be ministers and get paid, get charity and stuff. That's what it's all about. It's about the Benjamins. But they still, because I went over there, I was in Chicago. I stayed at the 83, right? When he called us coming back. I went over there, and you had to go to their little committee, right? To see Farrakhan. And I said, what's going on, brother? Y'all can get this thing going back together, right? So his person asked me, what you been doing for the last 4 years or whatever? I said, what the fuck you mean what I've been doing? What the hell you been doing? You been bad mouth and messing with them to ask me what I've been doing? Who almost went to war right there? And what I've been doing. Because you were wild, you ain't with Elijah. And what I've been doing for the last 4 or 5 years. I know what y'all been doing. I've been hanging on to the message. I ain't know anything about Injil then. I'm still with the message 100%. I never bowed one knee to Farrakhan, not even for a second. Because I read the scripture. I knew when Elijah left, what come to happen was bad news. I knew that up front. Because I read. Right? So Farrakhan did not surprise me. What? Okay. Because they was all with wildest people. That's why they'll come again, because they know he's not teaching Elijah Muhammad's teaching. Just like what Ishmael said, he know damn well Elijah, come on, this is this. This is this. And he's our brother, he knows damn well, but that's Wallace's teachings. We ain't going nowhere, that's Wallace's teachings. That's why in this whole thing about what? Him and Wallace were brothers and all that kind of stuff. Why would he be brothers? And he totally destroyed everything about Elijah. Elijah 100% hated his father. So this was, and then what next? Now Farrakhan is the Messiah. He becomes the Messiah. He's been saying he's Jesus. He's the Messiah. See how they changed the whole thing? But right now he's pissing shit in the bag. He's pissing his shit in the bag. He's been doing it since he's 55. When they blew his ass up, what, 1990s? He was, just before that, I think, right before that, right? There's some other things too. I'm just keep it simple, right? He was talking about God protects him. Yeah, you mess with me, God will destroy America. And they diagnosed his ass with cancer. Well, I'm out to say it. I broke the seals in 1990. And I got a green book right somewhere. And I published a book with everything I saw in the Injil at that time. So I could, years later, when I look at it, I can see how different how my thinking has changed. If I change anything, and everything is there. So one thing in there that I wasn't sure about, right? But everything else is consistent. I've been said in 1990. I had it right then, I got it right now. And I sent him a copy of that, 1990. Registered mail, make sure he got it, Farrakhan. And well, shortly after that, right, I got diagnosed with cancer, got his ass blown up, right? And it wasn't too far, and a few days before that, a little while before that, I said, God, text me, mess with me, it messed me up. God was protecting you and they blew your ass up with cancer at 55? Really, Farrakhan? What kind of God is that? You keep him. I don't want him. Because he robbed the nation, right? But now he's the Messiah. And now they're desperate because what are they going to do with him? He's pissing shit in the bag. He can't wipe his own ass right now. That's why he ain't showing any pictures of anything. Come on, God told him to shut up. Tell him don't take no pictures, don't wave anything. He's putting shit in the bag, and they got to watch him. He's putting that shit in the bag. You understand that? He's been doing it since he's 55, when they blew his ass up that cancer. They got to watch him. Because sometimes he be hungry, and he thinks the stuff in the bag is food. He ain't got shit on his face. He's sick. But he ain't going to be there. I told him, he He's not going to be dead until the four winds blow. He's going to be live a little longer than that. Anyway, he claiming Messiah. What is he going to do for us? Besides what? What's the vision that you get with Farrakhan? Tell me, what's Farrakhan's vision? People have vision past. What's the vision? Stay here? We to blame for what the devils did to us? He don't offer you a vision. That's why he just doing what the devils tell him to do, because he's controlled by the devils. That's their version, Exodus. Then Ron Hubbard, when they be telling you how Farrakhan healed them, they're talking about Scientology. He sealed their mind, everything. They're talking about, go check. I know, because I was over there. I'm going to check them out. They have like an audio call. And all they talk about is Ron Hubbard, engrams and stuff. They don't talk about Elijah. I brought up Elijah a couple times. They mute me right away. That's their credit for healing them. Not Elijah, not Islam. That. Remember I told you about the Sunnis paying them to keep us quiet? Because that's why they give you that. Because over in Sunniland, you ain't shit. Over in Sunniland, you ain't Elijah Muhammad. You're not the mess. You're not the seed of Abraham. You ain't shit. You're just somebody that they don't even like their own blacks. You know, those Sunnis over there. You know, let me tell you this. Most of them, they're turning so white. Muhammad's black. They know that. That's why they don't tell you, or they don't have a picture of it. Come on, you tell me that this is the man. He was a man of the hour. He took down the Roman Empire. Spread Islam all over the world, all over the Middle East, by itself, couldn't read or write, and nobody took a picture of him. Well, they can't have a camera. Nobody drew a picture of him. Nobody did a sculpture of him. Nobody wrote a description. You gonna tell me that? No, they don't want you to know he was black. Now I was married to an Arab woman from Morocco for a while. 3 years, I think, something like that, 2 or 3 years. And I got a daughter. She over there now. I showed you a picture of my daughter. She's dark as me. So my mother took her and kidnapped her, and I ain't seen her for a long. When she finally caught up with me on the internet, right? I saw her. I showed you a picture. She's white as snow. Because they make themselves white. Because that's one of the tricks they have. Because they don't want to look like us. Because they have draws a story thing from us, and they want to support the fact that we're not true Abraham. We look like them. That might get some traction. They be whitening themselves up. If you go and see some real Arabs, I mean, there was a brother. What was that? His name? Prince. I forgot what his name was. This is doing so-called when they had a so-called Gulf War. Prince, I can't remember what his name was. He came and people were surprised. He was one of the royal family. He didn't die, so he was black. Prince, I can't think what his name was. That's no story together. They in on it. So now they're about to get what they did to us. And where's he bringing? You really need a degree to figure that one out. That's symbolic. That's the symbol of Scientology. It's the cross. It's modern day Catholicism. That's why they have ordering all that stuff. That's what Farrakhan's pushing. Come on, brothers and sisters. And so once this war starts again, it's going to be a battle between us and the demons. This was the Exodus. It'll be a battle between the Levites, those that came with Moses, and those that stayed with Aaron. Be a battle. We had a battle back in the 60s. Remember those segregation, integration, the integration? Those are demons. They want to stay with Master. Farrakhan, now we love Master, we want to stay with Master. And Elijah, separate. Get the hell away from these people. That same thing going on right now, but now you got a devil that got control of your eye. So we're here. The Levites going to battle America and, because they're going to be attacked by America and the demons. And finally, America. move on. I talked about this yesterday, so I'm not going to that now. Okay, let's see. I think I got audio on this. Okay, I guess no. Now now watch this carefully. And see, remember you mentioned the covenant? Well, here's the covenant. In the same day, the Lord made a covenant. That's the covenant, saying, unto thy seed, his seed, I will give the land from the river Egypt unto the great river Euphrates. That's Arabia. Look on the map. How clear can it be? But Pharaoh said, we're not going nowhere. Now, when is this supposed to happen? And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram. And we can talk about that and why it's called Abram. We can talk about that for a while. I'm not right. And look, a horror, not slavery, horror. We go through horror with these people. The Farrakhan wants to forgive them. We love him. Right? Okay. Sure who they are. Who he is. A great darkness fell upon him. He said unto Abram, no, it's sure that seed shall be a strange land that's not theirs. Farrakhan said, this land belongs to us. No, it don't. And shall serve them and shall afflict them. Look up slavery. Afflict 40 years. All that nation who they shall serve. And Pharaoh said, we're going to be judged. He says, no, they're going to judge America. America will be judged for what they did to us. That means everything they've done to us will be turned back to them. Babylon. Everything they've done, turn back to them in one day. And also, a nation who they shall judge. Well, I said I should judge. Remember, Congress was held back. Why? Because we didn't retaliate. We was told to submit. We did. We submitted at them. Afterwards, shall they come out with grace? Come out. They said, no, we don't come. We mean come out of their names. Come out of their religion. See, they call God a liar. Going to tell you where they come out to right here. In the fourth generation, they shall come hither. Where's hither? Hither was where he was talking to Abraham at. He's telling Abraham, in the fourth generation, they shall come hither. Where is this at? Abraham, where? He's in the Middle East. They shall come here. That's a biblical, hither just means here. Let's come here. Where was he? Where was here? In Arabia. That's where he's talking to Abraham at. They should come here after the fourth generation, after 400 years, come here. We're not going nowhere. So they call him God a liar, and he's calling Elijah a liar. And you still on board with this? You still with him? So if he's calling him a liar and you backing him, it means you calling God a liar. So you get the same consequence he do. If he's calling him a liar and you know he's calling him a liar and you with him, that means you calling God a liar too. That means if even they don't, you know they're calling God a liar too. Farrakhan not the only one. Those with him, if they see this, they call him God a liar too. So they can get the same punishment, consequence. Understand consequence. Get that through your head. Consequence. Say 1,000 times. Consequence. If you understand just the basic concept of consequence, then you know hell is about to. Hell. If you understand the basic idea of consequence, you know hell is about to break loose, and it's going to be terrible. If you understand that idea, the basic idea of consequence. You understand that? Because they tell you Christianity is the only language on the planet that tells you there's no such thing as consequence. Or you just believe in Jesus, you do everything you want to do. Just believe in Jesus. See? Hinduism called karma. Everybody, they don't see. It's a lie. Because they wasn't the consequence. They thought there's no consequence because they was getting away with they was getting away from what they was doing. Because we was told to submit, dam it up, hold it up. Let loose. That's what they call it. Period of grace. Grace means no consequence. You see, it's all right. Just pay attention to what it's saying. But no consequence cannot be stopped. So that means that grace period will stop and then the consequence hit their ass. All right, just believe in Jesus and he suffered for us. Okay. He's suffering all right to ruin. Let's move on. See, I only talking about this. They don't talk about this all. Here's a covenant. They don't talk the message of the covenant. Never heard the word out of their mouth. Destruction of the false vision of Antichrist. Why call Antichrist? Antichrist, see, I'm not going into detail about this, brothers and sisters. The reason I call Antichrist, because the true Christ, the Messiah, is really called anti-Messiah. Christ is the wrong word. Anti-Messiah. Who's the anti-Messiah? You really call anti-Messiah because you have one side of the equation, negative and positive, right? If you got 5 on this side, you got a negative 5 on that side, right? 5 on this side is negative. They balance. So if you understand the story about, right, it says when the Messiah was born, a star rose up in the east. That means he had to be in the west. Let's say the star rose up in the east. Right? And so they would be conceived at the same time. The Messiah rise when he was conceived. Well, when false Jesus was conceived? 1948. So when the Messiah should have been conceived in 1948 too, right? According to that, it says he'd be in a manger, born amongst the cows, the cattle. You heard of Jersey cattle? He bring the new ark. It's so many clues here, brothers and sisters, right? It just happened that Suleiman, Mr. Son of Man, I declare himself Son of Man. Ask him, when was he born? Ask Brown when he was born. Was they conceived in April 1948? His birthday would be January 1949. But know anybody's birthday 1949? That's my wife, she's not here. I got Alzheimer's, I can't remember. Let me. Oh, that's right, that's my birthday. That's why I call him anti-Messiah. Everything's balancing out. Here's Aaron. He see from the sealed Bible because you don't know. You see that? You don't notice because he didn't break the seals. The Suleiman broke the seals and opened up the truth. It's Joshua. Aaron is no good. He says it right there. Just read Exodus. He says he missed the Aaron. Okay, let's go through this and I'm going to close down since I've been talking for a while here. Right? Okay, Joshua. Now you heard the sisters and the brothers told us earlier, so let's go through it quickly, right? Joshua. Let's listen to this.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And a certain man was sick, Lazar of the town of Bethany, the brother of Miriam and of Martha. 2 This Miriam was the one who had anointed the feet of Yeshua with ointment and wiped them with her hair, whose brother Lazar was sick. 3 And his 2 sisters sent to Yeshua, and they were saying, Our Lord, behold, he whom you love is sick. 4 Yeshua said, This sickness is not of death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of...
Okay, I'm just leaving this part because that's Aramaic. That's so-called New Testament. If you go into manuscripts, not the Bible, they get the Bible, right? Because that the manuscripts that the Bible is translated from, the actual manuscripts, right? The name is not Jesus. You won't find it anywhere. The name is Yeshua. That's the name there. So wait a minute. Go check. I get $5,000 if I'm wrong. Go look at the original manuscripts. Greek, not Greek, Aramaic, or Hebrew. In case of Quran, Arabic, but Aramaic, Hebrew, manuscript, name of Jesus not there. Name of Joshua's there. You just read it. And that's so-called New Testament there, the gospel. Let's see what the Old Testament. Now, even with the Bible you have, it's translated. The so-called Old Testament, there's no name of Jesus in there anywhere. You won't find it. But he's the God. He's the Son of God. How come he wasn't even in the Old Testament then? He ain't even in the Old Testament. And if you got the regular Bible, it's translated, you won't find that one that had the name Jesus in the so-called Old Testament. You won't find it. Why is that? Look at this next one here.
Aramaic Bible in plain English. 1 And after Moshe the servant of Lord Jehovah died, Lord Jehovah said to Yeshua son of Nun, the minister of Moshe, to Moshe, my servant has died, arise, cross this Jordan, you and all this people, to the land that I give to them, the children of Israel. 3 Every place that the sole of your foot will tread in it, it shall be yours, as I said to Moshe. 4 From the wilderness and the mountain of this Lebanon and unto Euphrates the great river, and all the land of the Kittites and unto the great sea, the place of the setting of the sun, shall be your border. In the Bible, the name Joshua, or Yehoshua, means Yahweh is salvation or God is deliverance. The name is a combination of Yahweh, God's name, and Yasha, to save or deliver. In the Hebrew Bible, Joshua is a prominent figure, succeeding Moses as the leader of the Israelites and guiding them into the promised land.
Said brother and sister, says Joshua, not Aaron. Joshua succeeds Moses. So what happened to Aaron? What happened to him? How can he succeed? According to him, Aaron is the last one. He's the Messiah. That's what I'm saying here. Joshua is the one. He's the one. And plus, he don't keep here. He don't stay here. According to Scripture, he takes out here to the promised land, Arabia. That don't sound like what Farrakhan's saying, does it? Where's Aaron in this picture? Move on.
In Greek, the word Christ, Kairo iota sigma tau, Christos, is the equivalent of the Hebrew word Messiah, Mashiach, both meaning anointed one. Essentially, Jesus Christ is a way of saying Jesus the Messiah. Or more correctly, Joshua the Messiah.
There you have it. Okay, let me explain the deception here. Now, if you want, you go to hire somebody, tell them to go, say you want to translate the original manuscripts into English. Hire somebody to do it. Translate directly to English. If they do that, you will not get the name Jesus. You get the name Joshua. Now, why don't want you to know about this Joshua person? Because if we start Joshua right, well, the whole story means that God, there's a people that are in captivity for 400 years, oppressed. Remember the covenant. And God will come, raise up a messenger named Elijah. He will start getting the people together. The prayer will go home. See what I'm saying? And then there'll be 4 years in the wilderness where you got this wicked figure. But then this Joshua would come. And he was the one that would bring down this kingdom and bring the people home. That's the story of Exodus. And they tied the story, but that's exactly the story. Exact story. I'm not tweeting it in anything. Exact story. They want that story. They start distorting it. So if you go straight here, that's the story you're going to get. So you be talking about Joshua, I'm talking about Jesus. Hey man, we look waiting for, and they see you wait for Joshua. That's somebody coming from 2,000 years from out of the sky, and wait for this Joshua person. And he's somebody that would be with Elijah. He was laying back for 40 years. This Aaron guy came and messed everything up. Then he would take charge. He would destroy. He would be the judge that would destroy this nation that did all this to us. What that? You had a narrative? They don't name Jesus anywhere. Name Joshua. So what they do? Watch this. So you translate directly, right? But this way they did. They translate over the Greek. Why would you do that? Why would you translate the Greek first? I told you to translate the English. Why you translate? I got to pay to translate the Greek? I don't speak Greek. I want to speak English. Why you translate the Greek first? I'll show you why they're doing it. Clear? In Greece, the top god, supreme being is called Zeus. That's his name. See, look familiar? Look, he'd be somebody's father that you heard about, that you seen before. His name is Zeus. This is in Greece. That's their belief, their religion. The top god was Zeus, the god of the heavens and the god of the sky, not the earth. Ooh, you look familiar, don't you? You look like the father you saw back over there. Don't like son of man we have woolly hair and dark skin, but he looked like the one we just saw, right? He looks something like him, don't he? So, okay. So now, in Greek, you have a prefix, GE, and you say in English because geography, geophysics, geometry, all those words are Greek words. And the reason we start G, because G means has something to do with earth. It's like, it's a prefix. Like I use commonly trans. See, transportation, transgender, transfer, all that. When you see trans, you mean right? You change it from one thing to another. So it's a prefix. We said that has something to do with changing from one thing to another, right? So that G has something to do with the earth in Greek, right? So remember now, the Zeus, he's the supreme being of the heavens and the earth. I mean, heavens and the sky. But so will be the God of the earth. It's none. Jesus. Jesus. Jesus, Greek God of the sky, King of the gods. But GE is the prefix have to do with earth. Right? So if you go here, it tells you Jesus will establish kingdom on earth. They tell you the so-called Jesus, his kingdom will be established on earth, the earth God. That's where he got named from. Jesus. Because if you're Greek and you come and say, my name is Jesus, if you write down English, you're going to write it phonetically, you're going to write Jesus. That's where he got it from. Just like Jesus, right? You say about Jesus, how do you spell it? J-E-S-U-S. But it says they don't have a G-E in Spanish, I guess they don't. I mean a J-E, right? You don't have that sound. So they say it sounds like hey, Jesus. But it's spelled exactly the same way you spell it's called Jesus. The same thing, Jesus. That's where it came from. He doesn't exist. That's why you go to Greek. That was the Greeks' way. Because remember, they said the so-called Matthew, Luke, and all those guys, they wrote their scripture in Greek. He so-called Jesus that you claim was never in Greece. He didn't speak Greek. So, and these people was 500 years after him. It's all bullshit. This is how the Greeks got a hold of this. And that's the way to put their God back on top that you call as mythology. They gave him back to you. Just transformed him. His son, Jesus. He gave Zeus back. His son, Jesus. He looked like him. I mean, what was wrong with you? Because he looked like you, if you're so-called Christian Caucasian. Because it said he would be dark-skinned with wool hair. So they gave him back to you. Say, hey, they want to tell me this Jesus guy. No, they told me this Joshua guy, right? We don't give him we don't give Zeus back. Son of Zeus. Then worship that. Because they're going to say, our God don't exist in mythology, so we can give him his son, Jesus. Because they don't want you to know about Joshua. Joshua's the one that destroys them, brings down their kingdom, and bring our people back home. And as Farrakhan, it shows you he's right on board with them because you don't mention any of those characters. Don't mention Jesus. Don't mention Joshua. Don't mention the covenant. It doesn't mention the covenant. Is that a coincidence? No, he's on board with it because he's a demon. He's one of them.
Biblical interpretations state that Jesus will establish his kingdom on earth after his second coming, fulfilling Biblical interpretations state that Jesus will establish his kingdom on earth after his second coming, fulfilling prophecies of a 1,000-year reign where God's will is done on earth as it is in heaven. While his kingdom is currently
Look at Mount Carmel. They don't read. Remember, they read this, but they somehow they miss this part. Watch.
1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way. The Lord. 1. Behold, I will send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before me, and the Lord, whom ye seek, shall suddenly come to his temple, even the messenger of the covenant, whom ye delight in. Behold, he shall come, saith the Lord of hosts. 2. But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appeareth? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. 3 And he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in righteousness. For then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord, as in the days of old, and as in former years.
There it is. They talk about the messenger and does say anything about the covenant. Never mention them one time. Why? Why they jump over that? Because they don't want you to know about the messenger covenant. The whole conspiracy to keep you from knowing who the messenger covenant, who you are. They never mention it. They don't mention the messenger covenant or the covenant. They never mention Joshua. Never. Why? They mention the rest of this. Why they jump over that? Let's move on. Read this.
1. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3 Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4 From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Dear brothers and sisters, it's clear enough. It went from Moses to Joshua, went right past Aaron, because there's no goddamn good. Farrakhan he's the Messiah. Well, how come he's not? How come we go right past him? And then what Joshua does, he doesn't stay here. He's taking you out of here, taking you back home. The scripture's wrong. Let's go on.
Five. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. 6 Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7 Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8 This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9 Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
Now that's talking to the Messiah. That sound like you, Farrakhan? Say, going home. See, I would be with you like I was with Moses. Where's Aaron in the picture? Not there anywhere. And no harm came to Elijah. They put him in prison, but they never put a hand on him. And they tell me that when he was, the whole time he's telling me when he went to prison, he said he took in the whole transformed the whole prison. He converted the whole prison, including the warden. That's what I was told. They never laid a hand on him. They told him, they told him, if you stop telling people, these black folks, they call them Negroes back there, stop telling them, what you tell them, because we're at war. It's World War II. We need them to help fight. Stop telling them to go to war. He said, no, I'm not going to do it. He would toe-to-toe with them. So that's why they locked up, to keep them putting that information out there, because they wanted to help fight them. Help them fight the enemies when they're the really enemy to you. Okay? Yeah, save America, no. He said, take it, be of good courage. He said, I'll be with you. Well, who was with Farrakhan when they blew his ass up? Ration pellets. Turned him into a eunuch. Put the shit in a bag. Was God with him? Was God with him? If that's the God with him, he stayed hell away from me. That's kind of protection you offer. This stuff is so clear, bro. That's why those with Farrakhan, see, remember, it has separation that take place. It has separated the chaff from the wheat. And that's what's going on right now. But Farrakhan is drawing all the chaff to him. Because the wheat would not be locked into this bullshit. If you pull him, you got to be chaff. Because you ain't about the truth. It says the reason they were deceived, because they didn't have no love for the truth. That means that's why he was pulled into the mess, some perdition. So it's God said, they like pork, give more of it. So because they didn't love you, said give strong delusion. God said he would do it. Oh, God, love everybody. That ain't what it says. He said, okay, you don't want truth. I'm gonna give you more falsehood. I'm gonna give you more lies to consume. Get more delusions. See? Because we want separation to be clean. So we ain't trying to stop pull people's head out of Farrakhan's ass. If anything, shove it up deeper. Make sure it don't get out. You got it all wrong. Right? But we're about to get all right in a minute.
Five. There shall not end.
Okay, bro, I'm gonna leave it there. Let's do a lot of stuff. They don't want you to know about Joshua. That's all about. And they're doing a good job of it, but that's good because the people that they deceive it is people who want them to deceive. Want to put all that chaff to them. So it's easy to identify the wheat. Put all those wolves and sheep clothing to them. Easy to identify who the wolves are. So you say, he's going to, how does separation take place? It's taking place right now because you got two views. One is totally shit. One's a pearl. One's a diamond. And pigs, they're going to run to the shit. They're going to run to pigs and flies. They're going to run to the shit. But if you do that, they would hang around the diamonds. There wasn't no shit there. So then you got they flying around the diamonds. They flying around the pearls, right? Pigs stomping the pearls and the pearls into the pig pen and all that kind of stuff, shitting on them. So they all mixed up. So now you got to go in. You got to pull the pearls out of the shit. We're not gonna do all that. So what you do is, you pull. I mean, you got to take. Excuse me. You got to take the pigs and get get them away from the pig, the pearls and the diamonds, and get the flies. Shoot the flies. We ain't got time for that. So what you do is set some shit over here. Set some shit over here. You got left is the pearls and diamonds over here. You know what I'm saying? Once that's set, they all set all the last flies are gone. Boom. You put a screen between them. You get the pearls and diamonds out here. And you burn up them goddamn flies and pigs. That's what Farrakhan's for. You see? We use everything for our advantage. That's why he was allowed to. Remember, nothing happens without allowed permission. To say, but if you understand it. So Elijah came, they put a trial there. Because remember, Elijah was told to preach the both of them. So you couldn't separate them. And then Farrakhan comes. You got Farrakhan here, and you got the message coming here. Both is clear. It's clear who Farrakhan is. Oh, yeah, clear. It's clear. The message is clear. It's clear. So that means only reason why you over here, because okay, how clear it is. Flies like shit. So do pigs. Okay, how clear it is. Yeah, you go. I can see that diamond over there. I see that pearl out like shit. That's where you're gonna fly over there. Good. Hope you understand, brown sisters. I'm gonna leave it here. Oh boy, I'm gonna leave it there, brown sisters. Let me make sure I got nothing else is here. I think that's it. Hold on here. Check for a minute. That's here. Yep, that's it.
illegally. We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody. These are these people that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work well until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And Are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, I don't know, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist.
Well,
I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
But it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your
such a
society
thing.
Is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but the's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing times.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, what is it, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person. But that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
it's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian, and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans who were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. and this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation.
It's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's.
No, because you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful. Does your religion
dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because You know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and Black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff for Charlie Charlie Kirk, fly his body on Air Force Two, do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center, do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium, give him the Medal of Freedom, and I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Van saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. Oh, I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for one semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7. Rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 400 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 400 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. And it's enduring today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease, herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black, and this was God's will. God's will. Enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? The legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mayship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel. What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return. With their hands stretched out towards that ship and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will, you are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holiday where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. What the heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I. turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulaiman Rahim here, Messenger of the Covenant. Okay, brothers, this has been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave masters. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. Okay, so we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now, a year later. It's like, They're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they say, they looked and the farmers, when they done the farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and man, they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't put your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's massive no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took, that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff is coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We don't know about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's gonna get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's what he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, the devil said, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? All the black folks, and now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Okay. Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, your certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates have to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So a dollar is worth an ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing the wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is They keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1. Hardly worth anything. Oh, what about you? Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. Named after Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got no, your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. Finally got rid of them. See on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. It turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, that's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they've succeeded because they closed the border. And what you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, when it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Farrakhan ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and living in the get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where they... Because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what it is, some name they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he wouldn't ask as Master Farrakhan Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the bastard said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farrakhan Muhammad. Master Farrakhan said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. But die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, we please come and get him. Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land. You got your reparations. You got your money. You got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him. Talk to him. Let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on Okay, he says that was Master Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.